Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio in what will be the final episode that I ever shoot here in this studio. And also, welcome to Culture Days. Today we are going to be recreating another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Frederick Horseman Varley's painting Early Morning, Sphinx Mountain from around 1928. I love this painting. It's by one of Canada's greatest artists, and a member of the very famous Group of Seven, one of the founding members of the Group of Seven, and also played a really important role in the development of the Vancouver School of Art, which is now Emily Carr University, where I teach as well. And also a very famous and perhaps one of the most important war artists in all of Western history. Created some of the most important paintings that came out of World War I, which are in collections around the world. And this painting, I just think it's beautiful, it's strange, it's weird, and it's going to be a lot of fun, especially those of you who are just learning a little bit about how to paint, so we can kind of get a little bit goopy and gross with some colors here, so I'm pretty excited to paint this painting today. So let's get into the plan for this episode and talk a little bit about what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. Now, if you're watching the video after it's been recorded live, you can just jump to the different chapters in the playlist down below. But if you're watching me live, this is what we're going to be up to. In a moment, we're going to talk about the scale of difficulty, how difficult this painting will be to complete. We'll talk briefly about materials required, and then we're going to do the image transfer. I'll show you how to get something like this for free. All of this is free. Then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We'll talk briefly about Varley's Biography. I did do a previous episode where I talked at length about it. Then we're going to we might do a little underpainting. Then we're going to kind of back and forth, background, foreground, until about 3 hours from now, where we're going to wrap up and do a little side-by-side comparison, and then you can decide whether this is a painting. If you're watching the video after it's been recorded, you can just jump right there and decide whether this is in fact something you want to do or not. And if you are and you did like what you saw, then welcome back. Hey, let's pick up where we left off. So, before we get going here, just a couple little housekeeping. I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. There's going to be a lot of new viewers to today's episode, so the majority of people who watch this channel are not subscribers. You know, there's over 3 million views on the channel, and if even, like, I don't know, 5% of 10% of those people subscribed, it would be a game changer. So if you want to leave a donation to the channel to support the channel, PayPal is your best bet. You can just use the QR code here or enter this email address into your browser. It'll take you to a page that looks similar to this, where you can donate safely and securely. Always use the link if you can. I just want to make sure that somebody's not, and I don't want anybody sending money to a place that doesn't exist. And there's other ways, of course. You can donate via the super chat. If you're watching live, you can send an e-transfer or check in the mail. To get my email or mailing address, it's on my website. That link is down there below in the video description. So thank you to everyone for your support over the years. It's helping to pay for the move to the new studio and all the setup related to that. And just really quickly, also, I want to encourage you to join the Facebook group and take a picture of whatever you created today, no matter how it turned out. There's the link to the Facebook group, and this is what it looks like. Once about every 2 months, every 6 weeks or so, I do a free feedback episode where I go through everything that's on the Facebook and give people free advice on how to improve their paintings and their drawings. Of course, I did a very popular free drawing course here on YouTube. It's still up. I did it 4 years ago, and it's the most popular thing I've ever done. Hundreds and thousands of people have gone through the entire course, and I get positive comments every day about it. So if you want to learn how to draw, then you can also take pictures of your drawings and upload it to the Facebook group as well. A few people in the chat there. Tin Man. OMG, hi. I watched many of your videos and they've helped me with my drawings. Unfortunately, where I am, it's currently 1 a.m., so it's kind of difficult to watch because it's pretty late. I do have an Instagram account, but I haven't updated anything on there in maybe 4 years or so. I might change in the future, but I'm kind of focused on the YouTube these days. So, okay. But I appreciate you tuning in, Tin Man, and wish you good sleep. I've heard from many people that my channel, these videos are really great sleep aids. So if you're having trouble sleeping, watch one of my videos, apparently. I think that's a good thing. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, so let's talk about how difficult today's painting could be, and we'll look at the kind of the scale of difficulty. So, you know, we're going from beginner, somebody who's never picked up a paintbrush ever before, all the way to an expert, someone like Frederick Varley himself, right? And, you know, there's quite degrees, many degrees in between there. I would say today's painting would be somewhere between beginner and novice, or obviously, if you're a highly skilled painter, you could certainly do this painting, but I don't think it's going to be super difficult for even a beginner to do. Obviously, I would suggest you do some of the very basic classes that I started this whole series with 3.5 years ago, and so you could watch something like how to set up a color palette, how to mix the color wheel, and all those kinds of things. But if you're just getting started and you want to play around, feel free to join us. You know, again, beginner, never touched a paintbrush. Novice, you know, has a little bit of experience, maybe has watched some of those early episodes. I think you could pick up where you left off. This is my first live. I'm super excited. Me too. I'm glad that you're here with us live. Now let's quickly talk about materials required in order to make an acrylic painting, or at least to paint along with me. So I did a whole episode going in depth all about this. It's like an hour and a half long, so I'm not going to go through all of that. But if you want to get the free supply guide, just click on or scan the QR code here and download the PDF that's in the very first folder at the top of that there's a couple hundred folders within there, and it's got a supply guide that goes through everything I'm about to tell you. So you can print that out, or you can look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. Now, obviously, you don't need all of this stuff to get started, but I'm probably going to use most of the things that we're going to see here. Some of these I don't think we'll use, but they can be helpful. Obviously, having some rags or cloths or something newspaper covering your table to protect from the inevitable spill or mistake that always happens when you're painting, or well, it usually happens only when you haven't prepared. Right, Murphy's Law. So the way we're going to paint today's painting is with an approach called the split primary palette. I didn't invent it, but I sure wish I knew about this when I was in art school, because I didn't really learn about this until about 12 years after I got my master's degree and I started teaching, and I started realizing, you know, like, what's the best method to teach absolute beginners how to paint? And when I stumbled, I was like, oh my god, this is so obvious. Why isn't anybody talking about this? And there's lots of reasons, one of which has to do with the kinds of pigments that were available until very relatively recently, you know, let's say maybe 60 years or so. It would have been really difficult to do this type of approach. Anyway, that means instead of just one or three primary colors, one yellow, one red, and one blue, we've split each one in half so that we end up having 6 of those so-called primary colors plus white and black should you want to use it, but we can also mix our own black here. And this is important because every color has a temperature. It's either warm or cool, some colder and some warmer than others. But knowing how warm and cool colors work is really helpful because it can help you understand how to create depth or the illusion of space within a painting. Warm colors advance towards the viewer, cool colors recede. So that's helpful because if you're making a painting, you just have to ask yourself, where is the color? Is it in the foreground or is it in the background? If it's in the foreground, you use some of your warm colors. If in the background, use your cool colors. It sounds, it sounds easier said than done, but it is the easiest, most oversimplified way of explaining color to a beginner. Now, I'm going to use this particular brand of paint, this Amsterdam paint. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to recommend this. I just have used it for all of my painting classes for about 10 years, and it works really well. I haven't found anything that is less expensive and higher quality. There are certainly other brands of paint that are more expensive and are better quality, like, for instance, Golden. You'll pay about 3 times the price for half as much paint, and the quality is probably imperceptible for most people. Unless you're a professional artist and you're really looking at color intensely, you're not going to really notice the difference. Not that there isn't a difference, but it's very insignificant in terms of the price. Now I'm just going to flip through a bunch of these here. Again, all of this is in the PDF, which you can download, but not everyone has, if you're just watching this right now, you can try to pause and take a screenshot, but all of this is in the PDFs, which you can download or on the links that are there below. So all of these should work. I haven't used all of these paints, but going on their websites, looking at their colors, these would be my recommendations, except these 4 brands here. These last 2 were brands that were used by people in our community that are on the Facebook group. Tried using them to do what we're doing here, and we're not able to do that, so I've crossed them out. And then these are 2 brands that I have used personally that do not work either. And the reason why all 4 of these don't work is that the manufacturers have put in a couple extra big scoops of titanium white to make the colors more opaque. And what that means is if you want to try to mix your own black, you'll never get a black. It's always going to be a gray because of the amount of white that's in there. Now, most paints, especially less expensive paints, will put white into all the colors to make them more opaque anyway, but these guys do way too much. And I'm super disappointed with Peebo because they're a global, national, multinational brand, and the fact that they do that, and you can buy these at Michael's Art Supplies, is terrible. Really, really terrible that they the quality of that paint from a major manufacturer. Anyway, let's move on to our first real step here and get this painting started. So you could do my free drawing class and learn how to draw this image out onto a canvas. But to save you a little bit of time, what you can do is go to the Dropbox and download the free outline that I did on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. And I'll show you where that is. Here's a little shout out again to the Facebook group. So if you click the link in the video description below, or the one I just showed on camera, or use the QR code, it's going to take you to something that looks similar to this. And as I said, at the very top, here's the art supply buyer's guide. You can just download those and print them out. And then the next, 100 folders here are all for our kind of beginner, novice level painters. Excuse me, I got a little something in my throat there. And then obviously you can see there's, starting with pure numbers, there's another, 200 folders going down here with more complex paintings that I think are a little bit more between novice and intermediate and advanced. Now, I know this system is terribly disorganized, but when I started doing these episodes way back at the beginning of the pandemic, I thought I'd be doing this for a few weeks, and here I am 4 years later doing it. So one of these days, I'll have to figure out a way to reorganize it that won't kind of throw all of the system everyone's used to, especially if you're watching older videos. But anyway, this is where you're going to find the outline This is a previous Varley episode we did, talking about the Night Ferry in Vancouver. Really cool painting. I really like that one. But today's painting here is Sphinx Mountain. Right? And so you're going to have the original artwork and then two versions of the tracing, the outline that I created. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. And if you download that and print it out, so there's the original, and then here's my outline. If you download it, print it out on your inkjet, laserjet printer at home or work or a local print shop, then you're ready to go. As I said, you could, and it's not super complex to sketch this out because this painting is pretty weird and strange, and it's going to allow for lots of freedom and play. So if it doesn't look exactly like the template, you're going to be fine. Right? In fact, I would say this would be one of those paintings that would work pretty well for just sketching it out on your own without using the templates. Ripe Avocado says, "We love you, Mark." Oh, thank you. Where's my pen? My pen. Okay. I'm in the midst of a big move right now, and probably I use that pen to do some measurements. So let's see if I'm sure I've got hundreds of pens here. Let's see. What would be a good pen that I haven't used in a while? Ideally, I like using a red pen. So that, and some of these pens, I like using a red or blue pen, so at least I can, there we go. This is going to be a great opportunity to get rid of some pens as I move here. I like using a different color, so when I trace over this, I can see which pencil lines I've done and which ones I haven't. There's the website. So I'm going to use some black graphite paper. There is a link to Amazon below if you want to download or buy one of a pack of these. It's like 100 sheets for like $12, and that will last you your entire lifetime because you can use the same sheet probably 10 times in a row at least. Once they get kind of used up too much, obviously there's less graphite or charcoal coming off the other side, and it can be the image will be much more faint, but you can use them many times. So, I should also, before I go too far here, I want to make mention that I'm painting on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board, and what I do is I take them. They usually come wrapped in plastic. You can buy them from the dollar store if you want. In fact, you can buy this particular brand, the Fix Smith, off of Amazon as well. Most art supplies on Amazon are terribly overpriced, so I would encourage you to, especially paint is usually about 3 times more than it is at your local mom and pop store. But I take it out of the plastic, I sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso across the surface, let that dry overnight, and then sand it again with that block. And that gives me a nice, relatively smooth surface. So it just takes a little bit of the tooth out of the texture of the canvas. It makes it a little easier to get smoother paint strokes when we're painting. Okay, so then I just taped down my outline, and then now I'm going to go over this, but I'm not going to do every single line here. In fact, I'm going to bring up the original here in a moment and just see what are kind of the main features here that I think need to be captured. Alright, so I look at here, I'm like, okay, then well, certainly this And when I peel this off, you'll see like, oh, okay, yeah, he didn't do all of it. And you can see I'm going pretty fast because my desire is not to make a perfect copy here. It's to have some fun playing with the paint and to learn a little bit about another artist's style and technique. You know, walk a little bit in somebody else's shoes. Let's see, where does this go? Up here. I almost suggest going out of your way to not do to do as kind of few lines as you can get away with, or as you feel comfortable with, because the more lines you put on there, the kind of more obsessed a person can become about trying to kind of, quote, get it right and copy it. And then I think it'll be a little bit less fun for you to paint, because instead of just sort of getting a little bit wild and freaky with those colors, you'll be kind of trying to do it, quote unquote, right. And ironically enough, you'll probably be, the more you try to get it right, the more wrong you'll be. So I'm just looking to see where are kind of the biggest kind of shapes. And this would also be quite similar to probably how Varley would have sketched this thing out on location. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. Canvas. Sometimes they warp a little bit when they get gessoed because of the moisture in the... So I'll just take a little bit of moment to bend it back into position here. It's a little bit better. I don't mind if it bows, personally, if it bows outward like that. I find that fine. It's when it kind of curves inward that kind of drives me crazy. And while you can do this kind of thing after you've painted it, you know, if you can kind of get it to the position, the state that you want it to be in before you start painting, I think that would probably be ideal. Okay, time to take a little tea break here. Love it. Who doesn't like tea? That should be my main sponsorship, should be with a tea manufacturer, because boy do I love my tea. So let's move forward here. The next step is to apply what's called an Imprimatura, or the priming layer. That's literally what it means in Italian, the prime layer, right? And it's about priming the canvas with some kind of color to get it started. Now, I always want to say, you don't have to do this, and probably most people watching they've never heard of this before, never seen anybody do it, but, you know, at the university I teach at, it's one of the first things painters learn, and it would absolutely have been something that Varley and his contemporaries would have at least been aware of. Whether they did it or not is a whole other thing. We'll take a look at the painting here in a moment. But essentially the Imprimatura is a color that can be used to influence subsequent colors. You know, this goes back 600 plus years. It was really popularized during the Renaissance when artists started to paint onto canvas, and I probably think one of the reasons they did that is to kind of mimic the brown color of wood, which they had been painting on for tens of thousands of years before, unless you're painting on a wall, of course, right? Or cave wall. But essentially the most common color that artists in the West used for Imprimatura would be a rusty red, a brownish, earthy tone. And you'll see here in a moment, I like to use something a little bit brighter, a warm yellow. But, you know, sometimes artists use pink and gold and green and black and, I mean, gray. There's lots of different approaches artists have had throughout the centuries. Personally, I find it's also, I use it mostly these days as a part of my habit and routine to help kind of transition from the world of life and work and, you know, errands to a more creative space, because it's something I can do without really thinking. And sometimes, you know, when I teach, I actually have a number of these pre-mixed Imprimatura for people to choose from to kind of get their painting started, so that they don't have to worry about color. They can just start painting without any without having to warm up. It's part of my warm-up approach. So before we choose a color, perhaps let's just look carefully at Frederick Varley's Sphinx Mountain and see if we can detect a Imprimatura under this color to begin with. Ari says, I can't believe I don't have black tea in my house right now. Oh my goodness, this never happens. Ari, oh my, I don't know what to say. That's an emergency. I'll have to drink to that there. Good to see you in the chat. Okay, so if we're looking... So what I'm trying to do here is trying to look beyond the paint that's on the top, like the icing on the cake, and I'm trying to see if I can see down at the what do you call that? The breading of the cake? The not the dough, the cake? Is that what you call it? Is that the cake, the not batter, but the anyway. I'm trying to look beyond the icing to whatever's below the surface. And, you know, it's pretty hard to see. I mean, it does look like it could be a yellow like we're about to use here. So I'm trying to look in between paint strokes, right? I see these little dots of yellow in between here. So that surprises me, because the yellow that I use is definitely non-traditional, but it does kind of look like it's quite possible he did that. You know, of course, a painting can look very different in person than it does in a photograph online or in a book. And that can make things difficult to match colors, because you might be trying to match colors to a photograph that has been dramatically edited over the original. Often photographers will do that because sometimes paintings, depending on the lighting, especially paintings in museums, can be lit with natural light. But when they're photographed, there's lots more light brightening them up so you can see all the details. But you know, I think the yellow that I normally use is going to be perfect for this painting. It's really going to help make some of these, the yellow areas really kind of pop and glow. So, but I like just double checking before I just dive in here, just in case there has been the odd occasion where sometimes the color is very different than what I typically do. So I'm going to use here my warm yellow. Oops, it's a little more than I was expecting, and while I'm squeezing this paint out, I'll put it on my palette. Okay. So this is usually the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic, besides cleaning my paint brushes, obviously. And there's no law saying you can't use water when you paint with acrylic, but just think you clean your brushes with water. Water breaks down the bonds that hold the pigment to the canvas. And essentially acrylic paint is like white glue. It's a plastic, and if there's too much water in it, then it will not adhere properly. Now you have to put a lot of water in for that to happen. But the reason why I'm using water when I just said you really don't want to use water is that I'm technically staining the surface and not painting the surface. So paint, you know, from a technical point of view, usually sits on the surface of the support. In this case, the support is canvas. Staining, however, is intended to get soaked up into the surface. So just think about, like, if you're refinishing some old furniture, there's two options. One would be to paint, you know, paint it pink or green or something. And then the other option would be to stain it in order to preserve the wood grain. Right? Depending on the furniture, some people would be horrified if you painted it, but would love for it to be sanded and then stained. Sometimes the paint itself is removed so it can be stained. So the water, in this case, helps the pigment soak into this surface. And since gesso is basically plaster in acrylic paint, it really absorbs the water really well and helps this color soak deeply in. And one of the main reasons why I'm doing the Imprimatura is I want that color to get into all the little nooks and crannies, the weave of the canvas, so that if there's gaps in between the paint, instead of there being white being visible, that there's this yellow being visible. And as I said, it doesn't have to be yellow. It could be brown or green or whatever color you want. But this is really going to elevate a beginner's painting because it's, you know, as a beginner, sometimes it's hard to kind of get the colors to come together in like nice faceted puzzle piece kind of ways. And when that kind of blank canvas shows through, it can make the picture look kind of, you know, look amateurish. And so obviously anything you can do as a beginner to elevate your paintings is the better, right? So this, whether you use yellow or any other color, my recommendation is to do something like this. Now, I know if you've been following other painting teachers on YouTube, you probably have never heard of this technique before. But as I said, this is definitely more of the traditional so-called academic approach to art making that artists have, especially artists like Varley, would have learned in school. The agave hokage says tea is king. Ari says going to the grocery store for that very reason. Yeah, gotta have lots of tea. I'm super proud of myself that as I've been getting ready for this big move, I've been drinking all of the teas that people have given me over the years. And this morning, I finished the last of that vast tea collection, and now I'll just have the teas left that I bought. Just in time, obviously, for the holiday season when I'll get a whole new batch of brand new tea. This one, which one is this? This is a Royal English Breakfast. Ooh. Okay. Which is funny because this morning, while I was getting ready for today's episode, I was I had a documentary about Prince Andrew running on the background. Just nothing to do with what we're talking about, but again, today's painter was originally from England, so maybe there was the algorithm threw that in my direction for some unknown reason. Now, I'm going to let the Imprimatura do its thing here, soak into the surface, and while that's happening, I mean, I could blow dry this to speed it up, but I'm just going to let it dry, and while it's drying, let's talk a little bit about Frederick Varley and his biography, and specifically today's painting, so that I always find it's kind of nice to know a little bit about the artist so that we have that in the back of our mind while we're working on a painting. So, let's go here. Okay, Frederick Horseman Varley was born in 1881 and passes away eventually in 1969 at the age of 88 years old, and lived a very adventurous life, a long life for an artist, and traveled around the world and created some of the most iconic paintings in Canadian art history. Most famously, he's known as one of the founding members of the Group of Seven, which is probably one of the most well-known iconic art, certainly the most iconic art group in Canadian art history, or art movements, you might say. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. But maybe let's just begin from the basics. I did an entire episode where I went deep into depth on Varley's biography and talked all about I had a whole stack of books, and I was showing images from those books. So I want to try not to repeat myself too much with this particular episode. So if you are interested, you could obviously go watch that. Varley's born in Sheffield, England, and here's, just for some people who might be not aware of the geography of the UK. So Sheffield is up north here, near Liverpool and Manchester. So, there's London, Paris down here. And so, Sheffield, this kind of northern or, mid. I don't know exactly how people refer to England, but to me this seems like fairly northern part of England, and so a bit more of a working class industrial towns. Manchester, Liverpool, famously so as well. So he grew up with in that kind of pub lifestyle that I think a lot of English people do, but especially back then in the day, where you were sort of expected to work in the same factory that your father and his father and his father and his father worked in. So very kind of tough middle or low or working class kind of upbringing. He was always interested in art from a very young age, and when he had the opportunity, he studied art in Sheffield, and then eventually left at age 18 to go study at l'Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts in Antwerp, Belgium. And I think what's wild is during that time where he's living in Belgium and going to art school, he is also paying his way by working on the docks in the harbor in Belgium, or in Antwerp there. So doing hard labor, during the weekends and evenings, and in the day, he's going to art school. And, I mean, you got to be pretty dedicated to be working any job while you're in school, but doing hard labor like that, and then trying to transition from that world into doing kind of very delicate, hand-eye coordination, highly dexterous work. And back in the day, learning that very kind of laborious academic way of painting, it couldn't have been more of a different experience. I'm sure he probably wouldn't have been the only one. You're talking about that kind of period of time where art students tended to be a pretty hyper masculine kind of culture anyway, but still, you're very, very different experiences, to say the least. While he's in school, he meets a friend of his, or sorry, I don't think he was in school. Lismer, one of basically another artist that he knew growing up in Sheffield was named Arthur Lismer. And Arthur Lismer also becomes a founding member of the Group of Seven a couple decades later. And Lismer had immigrated to Canada a few years before, and so they kept in touch. And Lismer says, you should ditch England, come all the way out to Canada. There's lots of jobs, and you can start over and reinvent yourself out here. And so that's what Frederick Varley does. He moves, and I think that this time he's also married, and he's got a couple kids. And so he moves with his family to Toronto and starts working at Grip Limited. Grip Limited was at the time, a really important graphic design firm that was doing advertisements and brochures for real estate companies and grocery stores. And Grip Limited was where 4 of the 7 founding members of the Group of 7 also worked, as well as a young artist named Tom Thompson. And Tom Thompson, for those of you who maybe are viewing from outside of Canada, is considered probably to be one of the most important artists in Canadian history. Tom Thompson was a friend of all of these guys, and was a kind of a legendary artist. He kind of features a little bit in Varley's biography, but they weren't as close as other members of the Group of 7 were, such as A.Y. Jackson and J.E.H. MacDonald. But they certainly would have spent a little bit of time together in northern Ontario. So I just want to... So one of the things that these guys who are working at Grip Limited did when they, on their days off, is often they would go on these little field trips, camping trips north of Toronto. At first they would just go to, by foot and walk to the outskirts of Toronto. In fact, I'll show you where Toronto is down here. You can see all the data. So here's Toronto right here on the shores of Lake Ontario. Yes, I had to double check there. And so often at first they would just go kind of just north of Toronto into, these areas which are now fully part of Toronto, but at the time were, swampy marshlands, and you could take a train ride, to, maybe half an hour, and you'd be in the middle of the countryside. And so this is where they initially started going on their trips. But one of the, as I said, Tom Thompson was working at Grip Limited, and Tom Thompson was from a little bit further north, from up here in Georgian Bay, born, where is this little town? Oops, sorry. Oh, here we are. So Tom Thompson is from just outside of Owen Sound, and so when those guys would say, yeah, let's go out into the countryside and make a painting, Tom would be like, you guys, we're like 20 minutes outside of Toronto. Like, I mean, this is not the country. This is just like the backyard of Toronto. You really want to see what, like, authentic living off the grid might be, we got to go further north. So Tom encouraged them to go up to what is now called Algonquin Park. And Algonquin Park is now a legendary provincial park, but at the time it had just been established as a provincial park. But at the time, Algonquin Park was sort of like a newly preserved, set aside by the government as a park, but it had been fully, basically deforested by the logging companies. And when those artists first started going to Algonquin Park, they talked about it being sort of like going to the moon. It was just like tree stumps everywhere, and lots of black flies, but they certainly had the place to themselves, because at this point it really wasn't the tourist destination that it is now. I've been to Algonquin Park. It's wonderful today. Today it does look like a pristine natural environment, but it is, I just think I just want to point that out there, that it wasn't always that way. Obviously this is traditional land of the Algonquin people, the First Nations people that had been living in Canada for 40,000 years before the arrival of white English settlers, Europeans to the area, and had been subsequently kind of pushed further and further inland and westward because of expansion from the settlers. And so they did encounter every once in a while some of the First Nations people, or what our friends to the south might call the American Indians. But for the most part, it was a pretty isolated area. And so they would go up there and they would paint. They would stay there for a few weeks, bring camping supplies and a lot of booze, and set up their tents, have campfires, and make paintings during the day. And so that was what these guys did for the next few years. So Varley moves to Toronto in 1912 at age 31 with his family, and spends the next 4 years going on these almost weekly camping trips with his friends. There's so many. Let's just sort of look at some of these. Are some of his early paintings. Of course, one of the big things that happens in the mid 1910s, the teens, is World War I breaks out, and most of the guys who later form the Group of Seven enlist in the Canadian military and go overseas to fight. Right, that was kind of what everybody did. There was war at this point was kind of an exciting thing for youngish men to do, even though most of these guys are now in their early 30s or mid 30s. But it was considered kind of ungentlemanly or unmanly not to enlist in the military. And so Varley is quick to sign up and finds himself on the front lines, even though one of the Group of Seven members, or again, guys who becomes a Group of Seven member, Lauren Harris, came from a very wealthy family and offered to give them all great connections to basically kind of sit the war out. A lot of them wanted to participate and see real action. Well, Varley saw real action, and it was not pleasant. And one of the things so this is one, probably if not the most famous painting that came out of World War I, the gas chamber at Seaford. And this is, I think, these are soldiers practicing how to survive a German gas attack, which, these chlorine gases and mustard gas that would be unleashed by both sides during World War I. Really terrible stuff. But this is a very famous painting depicting, these soldiers kind of emerging from inside a trench. Because one of the terrible things about those gases is that they would kind of cling to the ground and go into the trenches and go into any kind of the shell craters. So what it would do is anybody who you either stayed in the trench or in a shell hole and died from asphyxiation from these toxic chemicals, or you climbed out of the trenches to escape them and then are promptly shot, right? So anyway, this is another very famous painting that he did here. So many of Varley's paintings from World War I are some of the most iconic and memorable and haunting artworks to emerge from World War I. And some of them are in the collection of the National Gallery in Canada and the War Museum in Ottawa. But there's also a number of those that are in the Imperial War Museum in London, and in Belgium and in France, because he was probably the greatest war artist or artist to create art about World War I in World War I history, right? So that alone makes him a very significant artist. Had Varley died in World War I think we'd still be talking about him today, though we would obviously just be talking about his contributions to the war art field, I suppose you might say. I think in the previous episode I talked a little bit more about how that program came about. Lord Beaverbrook, who was like a lord, an English lord in Canada, basically decided he saw all of these great Canadian and British artists fighting in World War I, and thought, like, this is a very bad idea to have what would happen if they all died? The next couple generations of art and culture in the Commonwealth would be destroyed, right? So we have to do something to preserve them, or else what are we fighting for, right? So what he did is he basically created this program and supplied funds to transition soldiers who had enlisted but also happened to be artists to give them the role of documenting the experience of the other soldiers in the war. So Varley would be sketching these images and sketchbooks, maybe a little bit of watercolor painting, and then after the war went back to Canada or to England. I think he had a studio there as well, and would transform those sketches into larger paintings. This is a painting he did after returning back from the war, and you can see, like, it's quite wild how he painted himself. Like, it's quite a moody depiction, self-portrait here, where his face is mostly kind of in shadow, and probably because he saw some really dark, terrible things during his time in World War I. And it kind of reminds me of the Batman super villain, the Two-Face, who's sort of, one face is kind of the so-called regular person's face, and the other side is all melted, and that itself is based on the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character. But you do get the sense that there's he's showing there's the light side of his face, and then that he's got this dark side as well. And that probably is a little bit of foreshadowing into the next phase of Varley's life. Okay, so one of the things that happens after, or actually during World War I, is while most of those guys who were working at Grip Limited had enlisted in the military, Tom Thompson, their co-worker, did not. Tom Thompson stayed behind in Toronto and really spent the majority of World War I in Algonquin Park, camping and painting up there. And tragically, Tom Thompson dies under mysterious circumstances in July 1917. And I always think it's just the irony that while Tom Thompson's friends are literally on the front lines fighting and documenting all of the horrible violence in Europe, Tom Thompson is canoeing and painting in Algonquin Park, probably the most peaceful place you could be during World War One, and yet it's Tom Thompson who dies in 1917, and not Varley and Lismer and all of his friends. And so when those guys find out, they get letters saying that Tom died, it really shakes them up. They're just like, oh my goodness, how is, like, you know, here we are in the most violent place on earth, and Tom dies on the lake where we just saw him. We were going fishing with him just a few years ago, and he's like, how did that happen? But what it really did is it really stimulated it lit a fire within them to do something important with their own lives. And before, when they would be sitting around the campfire in Algonquin Park, they'd be talking about, you know, what we got to do is we got to make a Canadian art, something that is distinct from the art of Europe and the United States. We've got to come up with a Canadian way of painting the Canadian landscape. I was thinking earlier today how ironic it is that 3 of the members of the group of 7 were from England, and yet they were some of the most vocal people about establishing this Canadian approach to, or Canadian national art style. Perhaps it was because when they came to Canada, they saw a lot of paintings, you know, in these stuffy old collections that were done in the style of European artists that had, you know, that were done in a very academic way of painting, which was a very slow, laborious. Like, when you think of academic painting, think of the Mona Lisa, right? It's quote unquote photographic. It's done in maybe 50 layers of thin, almost transparent glazes. It can take years to finish one painting. And so those artists, you know, part of the reason they came to Canada was to kind of start anew, right? To leave behind some of the old ways, and to you know, to reestablish themselves and make a new break. And so they're thinking, like, you know what, I want to paint in a different way too. I don't want to just, you know, work a different job in a different country. I want to, like, find a different way of communicating, and you know, create a breakthrough, right? I want to be the person that established this new Canadian art identity. So some of these this painting here is arguably maybe one of Varley's most famous paintings of all time, Stormy Weather, Georgian Bay. Alice Macy is the wife of what was her husband's name? But Macy was along with, so Lauren Harris was who was one of the other members of the group of 7. His family was part of the Harris Macy farm machine manufacturing company, and so this would have been, you know, this woman would have been the mother, or it would have been basically a close family friend to Lauren Harris, right? A very wealthy benefactor to them. So these are paintings that Varley's making in the 1920s, shortly after they form the group of 7. So after coming back from World War I, these artists get together, they form the group of 7 as a way of trying to establish a unique Canadian art style, but also as a way of banding together in order to drum up publicity for themselves. Again, you're talking about a bunch of guys who just fought in World War I, so they understand the benefit of being in a group, right? If you want to kind of find success against an enemy, right, the best thing to do is come together as a group and tackle that problem together, right? You know, you're not going to win a war by yourself, right? So if you just expand that analogy to a bunch of guys who are like, how do we make a name for ourselves? How do we pay to support our families? You know, why don't we take the lessons we learned as soldiers and create some kind of a group that can kind of, as a united front, and that really certainly helped them get notoriety in the newspapers. You know, if you have one person has an art exhibition, as I've had many times, you know, you can, if you're really well known, a lot of people will come to those exhibitions. But if you're not really well known, you know, you might be lucky to have 5 or 6 people show up, maybe some family, bring a couple friends. Whereas if you have a group of 7 artists and you're all exhibiting, well, even if each person only brings 4 or 5 people to the show, well, now you've got like, you know, 40 people in that room, and it suddenly becomes a much more exciting, happening place to be, right? So, oh, Hitchum says, hey, dude, tomorrow's my art school entrance exam. Wish me luck. That is awesome. Good luck on that. I'm sure you'll do well. Yeah, if you've been painting along with us, I'm sure you'll do really well. One of the things that Varley does, I think in 1926, so the Group of 7 form in 1920, I think they have their first exhibit in 1921, but he moves to Vancouver in 1926 to take up a job as the head of the Department of Drawing and Painting at the School of Decorative and Applied Arts in Vancouver. The School of Decorative and Applied Arts later becomes the Vancouver School of Art, and then is renamed in the 1960s or early 70s Emily Carr College of Art and Design, and then later becomes Emily Carr University of Art and Design. And that's where I teach. That's my day job, is teaching at Emily Carr University. And so he becomes and at this time, I'm trying to think of when that school formed. Like, this is pretty early in the school's history. Yeah, so 1925. So the year after the school is established, Varley is sort of headhunted and encouraged to move out west. So, which isn't surprising because, you know, this is one of the benefits of having the Group of 7, is you get this a lot more exposure, not just in Toronto where the group was really based, but it sort of helps get your name all the way across the country. And so it has its intended effect. From there, Varley is able to kind of parlay that into this position in Vancouver. So he brings his whole family out west to Vancouver, and you can see he remains in that position from 1926 to 1933. So, it's also during this time that he starts going on some adventures with some of the other Group of 7 members into the Rocky Mountains, and even, I don't think he went into the Yukon, but some of them, those other artists went into the Yukon. So part of one of the very shrewd things that the Group of 7 did is that they approached some of the wealthy people in Canada, like the railroad magnates, railroad companies, and asked them if they could go along on some of get basically free transportation to go across the country. And in exchange, what they would do is make paintings of the landscape. And then what the railroad company would use those paintings as publicity to bring tourists out west, but also to encourage people to move out west. So it helped. So basically, there's this sort of symbiotic relationship here between the Group of 7 and the Canadian National Railway, where they're sort of each kind of benefiting from this collaboration together. And, you know, you could say the Group of 7 were just basically propaganda for the railroad companies, or you could say that the artists were able to use very cleverly this infrastructure in order to take them into these quite far-flung locations, or at least they were at the time, right? Because, you know, the way the train runs today, you know, the trains are kind of on these very specific schedules. But as you go back in, you know, 100 plus years ago, the trains would often, you know, they might run in a specific location maybe once or twice a week. Sometimes they're going into quite far, you know, kind of far off the beaten track into mountainous areas where there's maybe mining companies operating. And so one of the things that the painters were able to do is get on the trains and occasionally be able to, like, oh, that's a really cool view, and the train would stop, let them off, and maybe make a painting for a few hours, and the engineers get out and go for a smoke, and then the train would continue on, or the train would go, and those artists could stay off on the side and camp for a few days, and on the way back the train would pick them up. So pretty cool little adventures going off into the wilderness. And let's see, where do I want to show you? So one of the places that that Varley and a few of the other members of the group of 7 end up going is into the Rocky Mountains. So again, so far most of the story is taking place here in Toronto and north of Toronto, what they call Northern Ontario, although it's really just still kind of very Southern Ontario. But they take the train and they go out west, and they're here in what is now Jasper National Park. There's a number of very famous paintings made of this mountain, Mount Edith Cavell. In fact, a number of, there's a really beautiful Lauren Harris painting we did as part of the Master Study series a few years ago, about Mount Edith Cavell. I love that painting, and it's also, I think, a relatively accessible painting for a beginner to do. And nearby here is Sphinx Mountain. So I was trying to kind of find. Oh, so if you look up Sphinx Mountain, you might be confused, because there is also another Sphinx Mountain in Montana, which is, you know, this is kind of, I guess, vicinity, right? Because here's where Sphinx Mountain in Canada is, right up here, and there's also another Sphinx Mountain down here in the Kootenays as well. So there's a number. I don't know why this mountain with the same name located within, you know, 400 kilometers, 3 Sphinx Mountains within about 400 kilometers of one another here in the west. But I was trying to find like a street view showing this mountain from like the road here. So I think that's it right there. Could be wrong. So obviously if you were to go camping or hiking into, you can't really see, you can see the shadow of the Google Earth truck here. Yeah, it's kind of hidden behind. Anyway, I just was trying, because there's not a lot of other images of this mountain. Maybe, well, I feel if I go to the other side. I was really trying to hope to see if I could find a photograph of the mountain, of where possibly Varley made today's painting, but I couldn't find anything offhand. Okay, I think I might just move forward here. I was looking at a bunch of hiking trips that one could do around. It's not a particularly popular destination either. Oh, there's Kathy there in the chat. Couldn't find the template. Oh, and Ari's helping. Awesome. Thank you, Ari. Yeah, it's towards the top of the list there in the Dropbox folder. Okay, so I just want to talk just a little bit specifically about the painting itself beyond the location that we were just looking at. So one of the reasons I really like this painting, beyond the fact that it's one of the most recognizable or well-known paintings by Varley, is that it's a kind of a fun, strange painting, right? I mean, this is a painting of mountains, but, you know, the colors and the way it's painted are verging on an abstract artwork, right? Like, I mean, beyond, especially if this painting is upside down or on its side, probably most people are like, it just looks like an abstract artwork, right? We don't typically associate all of these kinds of pinks and these kind of minty colors, the teal and these blues and reds with mountains, right? We tend to think of mountains as being gray and white and green. And yet when we look at this painting, I mean, you've got a little bit of green down here. I don't know if there's any gray in here at all. And I don't know if there's any white in here at all. So in that sense, what's quite wild about this painting is how Varley is basically trying to kind of remove as much of the normal signifiers of mountainous from this painting and still try to capture something mountainous about it, right? So it's almost a bit of like a challenge he's giving himself. It's like, can I make a painting of a mountain without using any of the typical colors one would normally paint a mountain with? And can I, paint it in this very organic fashion? Because most of the time when people are painting mountains, they want it to look really rocky with lots of jagged, hard edges. And most of this painting is done with these kind of swirling, curvy, organic lines, which is different than the way, as I said, that most people would paint mountains. If you're painting mountains, you probably would want to have those angular features rather than these kind of serpentine lines. Now, it's possible what he's trying to convey here is some sort of like, not iceberg, but what is the name? What's the name of ice on a ice flow on a mountain? Oh my goodness. I'm going to go to a Canadian jail here. Ice on a mountain is called a glacier. Okay, glacier. Oh my goodness. I think I just lost my Canadian passport there. Okay, so it's possible that what Varley's trying to capture here is some sort of glacier on the mountain, and those glaciers can be have these kind of swirling qualities as the snow moves and kind of shifts. In fact, and since I brought up glaciers, let's just sort of maybe look at some images of glaciers, see if there's... I mean, even as I look at these, at least these images of glaciers, everything still looks very kind of sharp and angular. I mean, if you've ever been to Jasper or Banff National Park, there are lots of mountains and glaciers you can climb on. I've been to a few up in Alaska, and I'd say these often Where's... I saw a picture... Okay, so, in fact, that almost looks like our mountain right here. You can see often, this when I think of glaciers, I kind of think more in the lines of what... I'm just going to see if I can open these pages up here. See, that feels a lot more like what he's trying to paint. Like, especially if we zoom in here, like these, see these kind of S shapes? It is jagged, but more, what's the word that one would use to describe? It's like ice cream or something, right? Which is obviously very different than rocks. Ari says, frankly, I would find this painting very difficult because of the swirls and various colors next to each other. I think I might, Kathy says I might give it a try because it's almost an abstract. An opportunity to do my own thing. I love that. So anyway, if I just go back here, I just find that this painting is really, I mean, even the sky, there's a little bit of blue in the sky, but the sky is yellow and green. I mean, you know, in the water, it's got a bit of that icy kind of mountain color in there. But, you know, the title of the painting is Early Morning. So, you know, we're talking about potentially kind of that golden hour. There's a golden hour, usually think of that in the evening as sun is setting, but also there's a golden hour in the morning. It's usually a little bit of a slightly cooler light, but yeah, so anyway, I think this painting is going to be kind of fun. So let's get on the horse and start this. Okay, so there's lots of different definitions as to what an underpainting can be. And there's some artists who will combine the Imprimatura, underpainting, and maybe that first layer of painting, or the background layers, I like to think of it, all into one action. Maybe even consider the underdrawing part of the underpainting as well. And it's possible that Varley did something like that. The way that I typically talk about underpainting in these classes is, especially when we're doing portraits, is just putting in some darker paint so that as the painting develops, our lines, if they disappear, are kind of preserved by a bit of the underpainting. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to put some paint on my palette, and then I'm going to mix up a dark color that we can use to create our underpainting. And maybe I might even, if I look at the original, just think about what kind of color. I mean, normally what I tend to do is mix like a black and use that as my underpainting, but I'm looking at these colors here. Since this is such a colorful painting, and I don't see any black in here whatsoever, I kind of feel like I have permission, or I'm being encouraged to also use some pretty bright, like not a bright color, but a saturated color for my underpainting. I'll just mention I do have black paint. I've had these two tubes of black paint for 4 years now. So we've done 353 painting episodes, and these 2 tubes of black paint, basically I could probably combine them into one. over that 4-year period. So as you can see, I tend to prefer mixing my own black paint. So yeah, I think I am going to use my warm blue right out of the tube for this. And that's something I don't know if I've ever done before, but it seems kind of a little bit in the spirit of the original. So maybe I'm going to put these side by side. And so you can see when I first laid down these those lines as part of my image transfer, or you could call that my underdrawing, one of the things I was doing was looking for kind of the most basic underlying forms here. And so kind of partly what I'm doing now is almost going back again. And I don't want to go over all of these pencil lines, so it's like I'm saying to myself, how can I make this painting even more simple? What might be... You know, if I'm going to break this down into maybe another... you know, dozen lines or so, what might be those dozen lines? And if you were doing this, you might look at this and be like, well, I would have done selected a different line. And that's totally fine. In fact, that's really cool that we might have made different decisions here. One thing that's happening too is as I'm painting this, the paint's kind of a little bit thick as I'm applying it. There's little ridges that are happening. And normally, well, I mean, I probably wouldn't normally want to have the paint quite so textured, like, that's going to come across on camera very well, but there is a certain amount of texture that I'm kind of encouraging here. So as I'm painting this, you can see it's like getting looser and looser. Okay, I kind of like that. That feels good. It's a start. Man, I spent all day today building my new studio. Today's the first day where I'm looking at it, I'm starting to get really excited. Up until now, it's been, you know, just like I was talking to somebody the other day, is like moving is one of the most stressful things a person can do. Like, besides public speaking and things, right? And yeah, up until now, it's just been like something I'm dreading, but now, like, oh, I can see it coming together. I'm so excited. It's also kind of, you know, moving can be just like, my studio is just progressively gotten more and more disorganized, and it's just, at this point, it's a disaster. I mean, it looks relatively clean behind me, but I look down here, and all behind the camera, there used to be shelves everywhere behind me. I've taken them all down, and now everything's just all over the floor in big piles. It's total. I mean, if you looked at it right now, you'd think that it would look like an episode of Hoarders. It would be really embarrassing. So that's why I'm not showing any images. It's also an opportunity to get rid of a lot of stuff. I accumulate lots of things as when I walk home from school and I see, oh, look at this piece of wood. This could make a good sculpture or something. And now that some of those things have been collecting dust for a few years, it's like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be making that sculpture with this urban driftwood that I collected, and it's time to let it go back into the concrete jungle. So, opportunity to divest myself of a few things that have been clogging up my peripheral vision. I'm super pumped about that. It's definitely going to be a smaller studio for sure, but I kind of deliberately chose something that was a little bit smaller to force myself to get rid of stuff, because maybe also in solidarity with my parents, who are also trying to downsize dramatically, and it's hard for me to encourage them to downsize when I keep seeming to upsize. So this puts me on the same mental plane as them. Kathy says, yes, decluttering is good for the soul. Absolutely. And Ari says, moving is nice, a fresh start, decluttering, wonderful. Yes, absolutely. And Kathy says, a new studio, I can't wait. Awesome. Thank you guys for those wonderful words of encouragement. Yes. Okay. Let's move forward here. Now, often what I might do at this stage, even after painting my underpainting, would maybe to blow dry this and set some of those lines in stone so that they don't mix and smear with other colors. But the way that I want to paint today's painting is I kind of want to paint it kind of quickly, and I want to get a little bit messy, and so I don't mind if some of these thicker areas I've painted stay wet and mix into the next few layers of color. In fact, that might be something I might want to encourage as we go forward here. So typically the way that I like to work is from the background forward. I like to start with the things that's furthest away and then work my way towards the foreground. And then sometimes I'll go back to the background and work on that a little bit and keep going in these cycles or passes, right? That's why background pass number 1. So I'm going to kind of cycle through it. And one of the reasons I like to do that is so that, first of all, I start to obliterate my Imprimatura and cover that up a little bit. But just kind of keep the painting moving so the whole painting is evolving at once, rather than just sort of get the background finished, never to be touched again, and then move forward. Kind of want to move through them a little bit. So, having said that, what should we do for... So the background in this painting is essentially the sky. And so we've got this cool blue up here, and then we've got cool yellow with some white. Both of the blue and the yellow have white. And yet when they touch here, there's a little bit of green, but not a lot. So that tells me there's a little bit of mixing of color, but for the most part, those colors are staying relatively, you know, there's a little bit of a zipper action here, but if we were to literally blend them together, we would get a lot of green, which is fine. If that should happen, I don't think that would be a would end the painting in any way, but this is just kind of just tracking that a little bit. So previously I just used here a warm blue for my underpainting. I'm going to clean my brush because I want to use a cool blue, right? Because I'm using cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground. So let's I'm going to take probably a pretty healthy dose of white here. And let's put some of this cool blue into that mixture. Now that might be a little bit light. I'll put a little bit more blue. But one thing that's going to happen is because of how strong this warm yellow is, it's possible that a lot of that yellow is going to come through and make the color appear a little bit darker anyway. So I'm going to paint this in. Sometimes what I do is add some medium to make this color a little bit more transparent, so less of that yellow would come through, or sorry, so that more of the yellow might come through. But in this instance, I'm actually kind of happy with letting it be a bit more on the opaque side of things. I'm also just noticing that there's a little bit of this yellow coming through on the other side, so maybe I'm going to try to leave a little bit of that. So I saw this sort of looks, I'm trying to think about what kind of brush strokes he's doing here. Looks like almost a little bit of a scrubbing thing that he's doing. And actually, this looks, when I look, the more I look at what he's doing there, it's a bit more, it looks actually quite like a bit of a dry brush happening here. And I've painted that kind of thick. So up here, I'm actually going to try to wipe a bit of that away. Now, when you're painting with acrylic paint, if you're going to wipe stuff away, you kind of got to be fast because acrylic paint dries pretty quickly. Okay. I think I'm happy with that so far. Just going to wipe the excess paint off on from my brush. And I'm just going to go right immediately to my cool yellow. Now, if I want, I could really clean my brush properly and get rid of any blue that was on there. For this next bit, I don't mind if there's a tiny bit of green in here. I'm anticipating a bit of that coming through anyway. And I'm going to zoom back out again here. And I'm not afraid to go over some of my, this blue that I painted earlier, so. feel like actually I'm going to add even more white. This is some of that thicker blues kind of getting on my brush. Don't mind that. Let's let that kind of happen a bit. Okay. Now there's also a little bit of pink happening here. So I'm just debating, do I want to do that right now? I think I'm gonna leave this right now. And I'm gonna, as I get more paint on my brush as I work into the foreground, I think that's when I might come back up with my paint and scrub around in there a little bit more. But I think, excuse me, as a first little pass for my background, I think that's good enough. So let's now move into the foreground, and let's put a little bit of color in the foreground. So we began with the background, which is essentially the sky. We could say that the majority of this painting is foreground. So, I mean, or we could just say the water is the foreground, the mountains is part of the background, but I think we're going to say that basically the rest of the painting is foreground, just for our purpose. Now, I can still use this cool yellow with some white that I've been painting with just for some of that sky, and I'm just going to go ahead and use that again. In fact, I'm going to take a bit more white again. And let's see where else I can paint this. So there's quite a lot of white in this cool yellow here. And that's gonna, because I think I'm gonna probably go back over top of it with some cool yellow all by itself. Again, don't worry about the paint kind of mixing in and getting some of that blue on there that was from there before. That's totally to be expected. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to imagine what Varley would have seen if he was sitting there looking at this painting during sunrise. So he's probably first quickly sketched in the landscape. And then now what he's looking at is probably going to try to get some of the highlights in, where the brightest light is reflecting off maybe the snow or the mountains or the trees, the rocks. And so I'm just kind of quickly putting in this kind of yellow-white as like placeholders for where some of those biggest highlights are. Because if you're painting this kind of thing on location, which I don't know if he did this one on location, he might have done some smaller ones on location. You got to work quickly because the golden hour in the morning is shorter than the golden hour in the evening, so you've got maybe 20 minutes, 45 minutes before the light is completely different, right? So you're frantically putting in what are the strongest contrasts I can get away with here. Ari says, when artists use dry brushing, it looks genuine. When I do dry brushing, it looks like a mistake. Kat says, me too. Kat says, great to just watch the techniques and paint later. Ari says, the mountain in the foreground reminds me of a cinnamon bun. I agree. Yes, totally. Yeah. I mean, yeah, dry brushing is definitely tricky. I mean, one of the ways that one can dry brush is literally get paint on the brush and then wipe the paint off, and then you're sort of like scrubbing paint into the surface. And it's tricky to do. And that's why, dry brushing is typically associated with Chinese, Japanese, Korean art. They were kind of the masters of the dry brush technique. Really doesn't appear in Western art until, like the Impressionists and kind of the more global trade is happening, and artists from the West are seeing those techniques arriving in Europe. And so, you see more so-called modern artists, avant-garde artists experimenting with dry brushing. And it is tricky because sometimes you think most of the paint's off the brush and you're kind of scrubbing in, and all of a sudden some paint squeaks out from somewhere and you're like, it's too dark. Well, that, depending on your philosophy, that can be super frustrating and upsetting that something unexpected happened. But if we think of why the Chinese artists really liked it, is because of that unexpected kind of thing. Because something unexpected would squeak off the paintbrush, and now you've got to kind of incorporate that into the picture, right? It's kind of depending, to use like Bob Ross would talk about the happy accident. Oh, okay, a little bit of black squeaked out of the paintbrush I didn't expect. Well, maybe there's a little happy tree that needs to go in that space then, right? Okay, so we got that highlight in. So in my mind, I'm just sort of debating, do I want to go... let's keep these on here. Do I want to start going into my pinks and oranges, or should I go into the dark colors now? There's no right or wrong answer here. The reason it might be nice to just start putting in some of these pinks and things right now is that, it wouldn't be very hard just to put a little bit of red and start mixing right into here, and I'm going to have some oranges and pinks and the argument against that, though, is that sometimes it's harder for people to to paint highlights and then shadows. Often people would prefer to paint the shadows, and because you'll really see maybe the structure, and then go into the highlights. I think since today's kind of a bit more of a beginner episode, I think I'm going to go for the darker areas first. So I'm going to take a little bit more of this cool blue, same color that I was using for the sky earlier. I'm just putting more cool blue into this mixture, and I'm going to come around here. Now, technically, one might say this is also still highlights, right? It's not the darkest colors I'm capable of producing, but it's kind of darker. Now, typically we want to keep the cool colors in the background, but we can see that Varley is playing around with warm and cool colors and putting some of those cooler colors into the foreground. And we can still use them and paint them over later as well. So I think I'm going to, because this has got a little bit of white, it's going to make those warm colors when I paint them over top really pop too. So this is also, you know, this is again a 9x6, or sorry, 9x12 canvas, and this brush that I'm using, it's about the width, a little bit smaller than my pinky finger, right? And it's a little bit too big for details, but I want to continue using it for as long as I can, because as soon as I move down to these smaller brushes, I'm going to get sucked into the details, and the painting is going to slow down dramatically. So I want to try to get the biggest things in as quickly as possible before I kind of get too wrapped up in the details. So those are some of my cool blues. Now I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually just going to take my warm blue and mix it into where my cool blue was. Because there's a little bit of white in here, it won't, you know, because this is warm blue right here, and it looks how it almost looks black on camera, right? So by adding a little bit of the white in here, it's gonna lighten it up. It's also gonna make it, when I paint warm blue back over top of it later, it's gonna help it pop a bit more. Ari says, I'll have to go to bed. Unfortunately, it's 3 a.m. here. I can't wait to see the result during breakfast. Good night, Ari. Well, hopefully I'm still not here when you're having breakfast in the morning. Although it wouldn't be the first time, would it? I appreciate the good humor. So it's going to be really hard to, as I'm playing with the paint, especially at this moment, I'm probably going to lose some of the original. And then later on, I'm hoping to kind of bring some of that original back into focus. But if some of those details kind of disappear completely, I don't think I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. Again, one of the reasons I chose this painting is I think it would be kind of fun. So if you're not having fun making a painting like this, then you're doing it wrong, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so again, I'm not sure how well that's going to come across on camera, but there's still plenty of wet paint on here, some thicker areas. I'm just going to let them stay kind of goopy. If I really wanted to kind of get the full oil paint experience, which is the way that Varley was painting. I mean, Varley was painting before acrylic paints were, I'm not sure, they might have been invented by this point, but they certainly were not commercially available. What you could consider doing is adding something like a slow dry medium. Slow dry medium does exactly what it says. Another term is often paint retarder. Basically, it slows the drying time down, keeps it so-called open, like oil paint. Oil paint, if we were painting with oil paint, this would stay wet for maybe a few weeks, if not months, especially some of these thicker areas. And then that way I can paint and mix into those colors seamlessly. Here I kind of want maybe a little bit of mixing. So colors, when they're mixing like that on canvas, can be both like really fun if you're a beginner or you're a little kid. It's like, oh, look at how goopy and messy it is. But it can also be a little bit scary for a beginner because it can turn into mud very quickly, right? So that's one of the benefits of doing this with acrylic paint, is we can have a few areas that stay, if we're painting a little bit thicker like this, that stay wet and the colors will mix a bit. But for the most part, the colors are going to dry relatively quickly, and we can kind of be a little bit more assured that the colors are going to turn out the way we want them to. Okay, I think I'm going to continue in the vein of these sort of darker values. I'm going to start going into my warm reds here. It does look like there are some cool reds happening too, so but we'll start with the warm red. guess that's green. So if you're painting along, I wouldn't be like, oh, I got to paint it exactly what he's doing. I'm kind of being pretty loose if it's not clear, and just blocking in big areas of color. Okay, I kind of like that. Now I'm gonna take some of my warm yellow now. Get a bit of an orange thing going on. Again, it's a kind of pretty goopy paint here. Now I'm going to take a bit of white and mix this in here. So now I've got this bit of a kind of a peachy cream color. Interesting. Kathy says, I'll have to practice more with holding the paintbrush loosely too. Yeah, so I didn't even think to mention that. You may notice that I'm basically holding the paintbrush but as far away from the tip as possible, right? Rather than like, holding it like this, like I'm writing a letter, right? Or a check, right? I'm holding the paintbrush about as far away as possible, and I'm holding it pretty loose, right? Like, and that way the paintbrush is sort of gliding around on the surface of the painting, right? And it gives it kind of a much looser way of painting. And that could be, if you've never painted like that before, it can feel really weird. But it's also kind of fun because it just feels like you're giving up a bit of control, which I think is part of what's going on in a painting like this, is just allowing it to kind of get a little weird, a little bit strange. And I want you to have that experience of kind of losing a bit of control. Like I could basically hold this paintbrush between two fingers. You know, like you're picking up a dead bug or dirty diaper or someone's Kleenex that's sitting on the floor, right? You're like, ew, gross. It's about, but it's that much pressure. You're just like, eeh, right? So I would say probably, you know, if when Varley was making this painting, if it was done on location, I would say you probably, by about this time, the sun, you know, the sun's obviously coming up when he's painting the painting, but, you know, this would have, you know, how far in, we're about 45 minutes or so into painting. The light has probably changed quite dramatically now. And now he's trying to finish the painting in with different lighting conditions and probably just trying to refine things. So now because he's kind of maybe tried to mix the colors in real time, kind of seeing those kind of peaches and reds and blues and yellows. But now the color's different. So now he's looking at the composition, at the structure of the mountain and the ice flows there, the glaciers, and trying to use the same sort of colors that he had that he began the painting with, even though the colors now look very different. Does that make sense? So, because I think I would imagine this is basically probably similar-ish to the way the painting looked at this point in the process. Looking at that water, I'm going to guess that he's got a bit of warm yellow and cool blue. I think so. So warm yellow and cool blue. Is there anywhere else I can use the same color? Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about that so far. Chase says, hey bro, you should one day paint Shah Reza Pahlavi. Oh, not familiar with that artist. I'll take a look here in a second. Oh, the Shah of Iran. Okay, I thought that was an artist. I was like, oh, I didn't know their work. Huh. Yeah, he's a king. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't recognize the name. I've heard of the Shah of Iran, but I didn't know that was the actual his official name. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to think about who, like, ideally it would be I'd think about trying to find an artist who's made a painting of the Shah, as opposed to just painting a portrait of him himself. But certainly, if you feel inspired to make a painting of him, you should. Hi, Nikki. He says, hi, Master. I just remembered your live stream today. Awesome. Great to see you in the chat. Cool. So here's where we're at the moment. And I feel like this is a pretty good place to be after about, as I said, 45 minutes or so of actual painting. Right? We've got some of our lighter areas blocked in. We basically got the composition in place. And I feel like now I can start moving to some smaller brushes. Remember, I was using a brush about the size of my pinky fingernail there, right? And, you know, eventually I'm going to start going down to these smaller ones. Right, I've got some kind of a little bit in between here. Although I might just, I wonder, this is small. Maybe I will kind of, I feel like even that is going to be too big. So I'm going to start going down to some smaller brushes. Maybe these will be good enough. Spend all day looking for a new paintbrush. Again, there's some thick areas of paint on here, but I think probably good enough for right now. I'm just debating in my mind, do I want to go back to the background and work in there for a little bit? Or just continue in the foreground? So, you know, when I look at this painting now, like, I cannot wait to do some of these little wisps and details. But one thing is like, once I start going into there with my small paintbrush, the painting, all of the fun action stuff that's been happening so far is going to cease, and everything's going to get very slow and precise. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, Mona Lisa is all slow and precise, right? But it's a very different kind of painting. And one of the things I love about this painting is how kind of wild it is. So, I'm a little reluctant to. Okay, so I'm gonna, yeah, let's. What which direction? I'm just trying to think. Okay, I think I got an idea. Let's go to... Now that the painting is well established, I've got kind of the big color areas in place, or big color shapes, as some might call it. I want to start refining, and I'm now going to move to a smaller paintbrush, and it's at this point is a decision in my mind between, do I want to go back into some highlights or into some shadows, or the darker colors. I think probably what I would normally do would be to go and start painting in some of those lighter colors and then go into the shadows. But I just think for some people, you might lose the composition pretty quickly if you go too far into the light. So let's stick with the shadow, darker areas first. So that's going to mean painting with some of these warm blues again, and maybe even a little bit of purples, and some cool reds. So essentially what's going to happen is we're going to start giving a little more precision to this painting, because so far it's been pretty wild. Okay, so what should we do? Let's go. There's also a little debate in my mind, is should I blow dry this? Because I'm going to get some paint smearing and smudging. No, that's okay. Because the smearing and smudging is most likely going to result in darker colors. And since that's what I'm going to be doing right now, darker colors is going to be fine. Okay, maybe let's zoom in on an area. Where should we begin? Maybe should we start up top? Yeah, maybe let's start up top there. Okay. I'm going to once again take my warm blue. I'm going to allow it to still get a bit of white on here. I do almost feel like this paintbrush is a bit too big. It would work well for a larger canvas like he's painting on. But Oops, sorry, it's on camera there. Okay. So let's keep going right off to the side here. That might be good enough for those darker areas. Oops. So I think maybe what we would, I think I want to do next is, I'm going to go to the lighter, kind of peachier colors. Yeah, maybe since I'm right down here, let's continue. Okay, so there is some cool pinks throughout here, which I haven't really used yet. So let's take some white and cool red. That's just going to give us a bit closer to the hot pink kind of colors we might be expecting when you think about mixing a pink. I mean, it's hot pink, but it's actually cool. Just if things aren't confusing enough already, right? Okay. So to do this, we kind of want to do as minimal mixing as possible. So that most of the mixing happens on the canvas. So now I've got, I don't have like one solid pink on here, I've got a bunch of different ones. so I got some white and my magenta, my cool red. Not really mixed at all. It's very hard to resist the urge to kind of blend those like that paint together. Like you've got it on your brush. It's very hard to not just mix that into a pink and to just instead just let it stay kind of a little bit goopy and gross. So it's funny, like I was just thinking, there's something, oddly enough, like painting with thick paint is similar, and or mixing on the canvas is similar to the dry brush. Remember, it's like the dry brush is kind of tricky because it's hard to kind of control. Same sort of thing with like this. Sometimes, you know, if you're painting with the color not pre-mixed, but it's, you got white and this cool red on here, and when you paint, it's impossible to control whether you're going to get more white or more red. You just have to kind of put the color down and then see what happens. And again, I know that can be kind of like scary for some people, but it's precisely the thing that why some people love this technique, is it's like, it feels a little bit wild, it's a little bit crazy. Same sort of reason people, you know, go skydiving, or right? They want something that's a little bit, want to lose control a little bit for a bit. This is also going to mean the likelihood that I'll be able to reproduce exactly the kind of brushstrokes that Varley did is almost impossible. Okay, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that white, and I'm going to put some warm yellow into it. Where am I here? So I've got my magenta, my white, and warm yellow. See how I'm just scooping it up like that, not mixing it into an orange. I've just got that kind of goopy, gross color here. Okay, let's see. Where else might that be? Let's go back up to here. Now I can kind of refine some of this later on, but it is kind of harder to do this with a small brush. Chase asks if there's any South Park fans in the chat. See, I love how goopy, kind of messy this is right now. And I could see some people kind of just leaving the painting relatively quite loose like this. So I'm kind of just scrolling around looking for areas where I can kind of get more of these kind of swirling, goopy, gross colors going on. Okay, I think I'm going to take my warm red now. I've been so far just using cool red. Let's take my warm red, oops, and some white. Where else needs to go? Not on camera. Oh, I forgot purple. Okay, I'm just going to clean a little bit of the paint off my brush. Let's take our cool red and warm blue. Let's mix these guys up. Also take a little bit of that purple here. Right, so a little bit more white snuck out there than I was hoping for. But that's the thing of painting in this manner, where you've got goopy paint, is doesn't necessarily do what you want it to do. Okay, I think I need to back out and see this painting a little bit further. Ooh, I like that. That's fun. Wow. Oh, the other way. So I'm just scanning around. Any more purple? darker purples there. Okay, I think that's kind of good enough for that. Ah. This is the kind of painting that my daughter always wants to pick at. She loves the goopy paintings. She just, I see her just sometimes she just takes them off the shelf and she just starts trying to peel the paint off. I remember I worked for an artist in Los Angeles for 5 or 6 years. This guy named James Hayward, and he makes these really goopy, thick paintings. And let's bring him up here. Good old James, Jimmy Hayward. Let's see. So he makes. Let's see some close-ups. He makes paintings like this, like super goopy. These big oil paint. They smell so great. He makes them in. I've talked about him before because he has like his studio is refrigerated, so he can make these paintings in Los Angeles. If it's too hot, all that paint is gonna drip right off. So it has to cool slowly in these refrigerated studio spaces. But I remember him telling me a story how he once sold this painting to this very wealthy plastic surgeon, and he came over for dinner after the guy bought it, and he realized this plastic surgeon had gone and with like very small scissors trimmed off all of the little the pointy edges of the painting where the drips. The guy had just was anal retentive or something, and he looked at it and was like, oh, it's too messy, oh, it's too crazy. Of course, like, why would you buy the painting in the first place if he felt that way? Or maybe he just felt he had to buy it to fix it or something. I thought it was really funny. James, I guess it got him pretty upset. He didn't like. I mean, obviously, somebody buys your painting and you paint you're happy enough with it to sell it to somebody, and then somebody goes home and then starts cutting off parts of it. You're like, what are you doing? Anyway, it's. So my daughter's a little bit like that, but it's a when you see texture, it's a tactile experience, right? One kind of feels like they want to touch it, which is why they put glass on paint. Excuse me. Ooh, where'd that come from? Glass over paintings, because people want to touch, even when there's not texture, people want to touch it. Sometimes people, especially when it's actually the opposite, when it's super smooth, they're like, I need to touch it to see if I can feel any texture, because it looks so, how could it be possibly no texture on there? So it's sometimes the opposite, when people like them. So that's the bane of curators and everything, because obviously our fingers not only can have, dirt and all sorts of things on there, but just the natural oils that come out of our pores can really damage artworks over time. So, and obviously if you want the painting to stay there for future generations, then you don't want to touch the painting. But I know the feeling. Sometimes you can't help but you just want to touch it. Rahul says, hello, Michael. Wish me luck. Today is my maths exam. Well, good luck, my friend. I'm sure you'll do very well. I imagine you've probably done a little bit of preparation, a little bit of studying. You should do well. But hey, just like me, I was not very good in maths either, and hence I became an artist. So, hey, if you fail the exam, maybe the universe is trying to tell you something, that maybe you're better with a paintbrush than a calculator. Chase says the Andy Warhol painting of the Shah of Iran is pretty awesome. Okay, I imagine. Yeah, I'm sure. I do remember that painting by Warhol as well. Yeah, but maybe that's a painting you should do, Chase. I would love to see your version of that painting. Okay. So, I think now that the painting is well on its way, what I want to do now is maybe just go back in the background really quickly, add some of these colors that I've been playing with in the foreground, and ideally finish the background so that I can work on finishing the foreground. So, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff to do here, but you know, just a lot of this is dry brush that's happening up there in the sky. We've got some of these kind of peachy colors. So, how do I want to do this? Let's take some. Oh, let's bring this back here. I'm gonna take some white and some warm red. Bring these together and mix that up. And then I'm gonna take my rag and I'm just gonna wipe the majority of that paint off. So I've kind of got a dry brush. Let's go up here. So we don't know exactly what we're going to get until we do it. All right, that's pretty good. I like how that's turning out. Obviously, the harder I press, the more paint is going to squeak off my paintbrush. Let's go back onto the other direction here. And so there's literally no paint left, so I just got more paint in my brush. I'm just going to try to wipe a bunch off here. Right, a little bit more snuck off there than I was planning. Okay. Cool. Now let's do the same thing. I'm going to take my cool blue and white. Get some more, remix that a bit, maybe a little bit of a darker version of that. Take that mixture, then wipe that paint off. Especially want to try to leave some yellow right over that ridge there. Right, get more paint on my brush, wipe off the excess. It's best to start quite light so you don't over scrub or over darken. So just about to put that brush directly down here. Let's wipe excess off. Right, so I was scrubbing, nothing came out, and then a big darker blob came out. That's okay. Okay, now I got a bit of this green, and that green is my cool blue and my warm yellow. Oops. Cool blue, warm yellow. And I can just try to dry the brush off on the palette too, if that helps. You can see there's this big area right there I might have done. Too much there. One thing I should mention though, when you're doing this, it is pretty hard on a paintbrush to do dry brushing, because you're basically scrubbing this paintbrush across the surface. And especially if your canvas is kind of a little bit rough, it's sort of like rubbing it up against sandpaper, right? Painting is not going to be very happy with you, or the brush is not going to be very happy with it. That's a brighter green than I was hoping. Let's take a bit more white and put that in here. Instead of going, I'm going to take just white. Basically dry brush white back over top of this. That's pretty close. I don't know, can I move on from the sky? I just want to take a little bit more of cool blue. I think I want just a bit more, slightly more intense saturated. Okay. You know, the more that I'm doing this, the more I feel like, maybe a lot of this painting was done dry brush. I probably could have done this whole painting as a dry brush, as opposed to this thick, goopy approach. Because now I'm looking at it, I'm seeing more and more dry brush happening in the painting, and less thick, goopy stuff. What do I want to do? Do I want to... Should I blow dry this and dry brush back into it? It is like, let me actually just, let's zoom back out here for a second, just so you can see. It is kind of nice, the juxtaposition between that dry brush in the sky and the more goopy paint below. I think I'm gonna put a bit. Well, I was gonna dry brush some cool yellow. Well, let's see. I'm gonna take my cool yellow, a little bit of white. I'm going back to actually putting white back into this. I was gonna do some cool yellow dry brushing, but I'm actually going the opposite way, putting a bit more white back in here. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. For that background. You know, I might decide later on to kind of come back to it. One thing you'll notice is the way that I kind of approach this is with these lines kind of radiating outward. I'm not sure that's entirely, like, I see a bit of that here in his painting. Over here, it's kind of ambiguous. There's a lot of just kind of swirling around. I just sort of made, the reason why I kind of have these lines kind of radiating outward is also point down back into the painting, so that, you know, it's pulling our attention in towards the center of the painting. Okay, let's keep on rolling. Okay, I think, yeah, let's go to another cooking along pretty well here. Now I feel confident enough that I could probably move on from the background. And I think I'm going to start refining the foreground and start using smaller brushes and getting more precise for the first time. So far I've been really playing and getting goopy paint mixing and in the foreground, but now it demands that I slow down and get a bit more precise. And depending on your temperament, this might be the part that you like the most about doing this painting, or the part you like the least. Some people like getting really messy, and they're like, now I gotta go to smaller paintbrush. If that's you, stay messy, get goopier. If on the other hand you couldn't wait for this to happen, then this might be your favorite part, where you can really get very precise, small little brush strokes happening here and there. Okay, I think that looks pretty good on camera. I think it actually looks, this is one of those paintings where I think looks better on camera than it does in person. Partly because what's happening is, like a lot of those, it's shrinking down all of the details, and so it looks maybe more precise. In person, this looks kind of out of control. And I think it needs more precision, which is exactly what I want to do next anyway. So I'm just debating, should I blow dry any of this now? The one thing is if I'm starting to try to get more precise, my instinct is going to be to want to kind of maybe rest my hand on the canvas to prevent it from smearing paint around. One thing is there's so many big goopy areas that they're going to take a while to dry anyway, and I don't want to spend the next 5 minutes just holding a hairdryer over it. So I'm just have to be a little mindful of it being a little wet so that I don't create a big mess for myself. But the other so let's looking at this. What I'm going to do now is probably go do all of the lighter colors, and then use my darker colors to kind of outline and refine things. So, what are some lighter color? Oranges. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna go to my orange colors here. I might mix a bit up here because sometimes it's hard to mix with a very small brush. Oops. So I'm gonna take my my warm yellow. I was debating mixing here. Warm yellow. Warm yellow, warm red, and white all side by side here. I think I might mix these as I paint them. So I'm just kind of getting them located on my palette, because I still want a little bit of that mixing to occur on the painting itself. So even though I'm going for a bit more precision, I'm still going to have a bit of that chance quality that happens when I mix colors here. So let's go for white and warm yellow to start. I think I want that. Maybe a bit more on the yellow side. There we go. And let's zoom in. Probably gonna go for the start kind of towards the center, work my way outward. So I got wet paint in the middle as opposed to starting on the outer edges. You know, if it's like if you're painting the floor, you want to start in the middle and work your way outward towards the door so you don't paint yourself into a corner or into the center or some kind of thing. Which I've done. I did that accidentally once, thinking, okay, I'll be able to jump over that, and then you realize it's hard to kind of jump from a very small little area. Okay. Maybe I'll just show. I might use my finger, my pinky finger, to plant down in certain places to allow me to paint more precisely. Now this isn't exactly the right color that I want to use here, but rather than worrying about mixing the exact right color, I'm just going to start kind of painting these shapes in a little bit more precisely, and then I can mix those colors up later on. So it may not feel like I'm doing too much right now. But I feel like things are just getting a little bit more precise. And I have to be careful about overpainting all the fun stuff that I did here earlier as well. So. As you can see, even, I'm talking less because I'm more focused. Before I was sort of like, yeah, it's free for all, paint everywhere, let's go wild. And then, when I get to this part, I got to be like paying a little bit more attention. Not that I want to, just it's a fine line between refining the painting and then freezing it and taking away all the spontaneous fun energy that it had. Like right now, the work I'm doing, at first it felt like it was really making a huge improvement, and now it feels like it's going backwards a little bit. I just have to remember that this is just a stage in the painting, and it's going to come back to life again, but it doesn't, at the moment, it doesn't feel like I'm going forward. It feels like I'm kind of tearing down some of the stuff I built before, right? So just keep that in mind if you're working on this painting, that you're probably going to face this similar sort of thing, where it feels like, oh, all that cool stuff I did is just sort of starting to vanish. So some of this areas where I'm putting a bit more of white, I'm going to come back with some cool yellow. That's going to make those areas just zing. I mean, I like the way this is looking, but again, I just want to stress that it's... I mean, I feel like well, actually, it looks better in person now than it does on camera. So it's kind of flipped a little bit. Remember, just a few moments ago, it felt like, at least I thought it looked better on camera than in person. And lots of stuff happening up here. Let's get some more of that white in. I'm going to put some cool yellow. Oops. Sorry, that's... Okay. Holly says, "Hi, Holly. How are you doing? Sorry, Michael. I can't see what you're doing on your palette, or have I lost you saying what you're doing?" No, I've just been mostly just using my warm yellow and warm red and white, and just sort of gooping these colors around here. I've been using the same color maybe for the past 20 minutes or so, or a set of colors. So I'm just kind of smearing in some of these kind of peachy, orangey, yellowy colors. I don't think, yeah. So I've been doing the same thing for quite a while here. I think I need to bring back some of these teal colors, which is my cool blue and white and cool yellow. I haven't really used that color much thus far. I'll take my white, cool blue, and where should I do this? Let's go back to the top left corner here. So I'm going to start with my white and cool blue. Again, I'm just sort of loading up my brush without mixing the colors in too thoroughly, so that my paintbrush has got a bit of a smear on it. So you can see now, as I start doing this, it starts to kind of pull a little bit of the painting back together. Right, so again, just every time I dip my brush in here, you see how I just take a little bit of both. The main thing is to try not to overwork or blend everything in too much. I just want to sort of put a brush stroke down and then move on. Even if it's not quite exactly the right color that I was hoping for. Because the more that I work it, the more that color is gonna mix in, and the less of these kind of swirling mixing of paint on the palette will happen. I'm going to stay towards the top of the painting for a little bit longer here. Bit more cool blue. See, this is kind of my favorite part of this kind of a painting, is the kind of, is bringing some definition back into it, especially when it feels like it's kind of lost a little bit. So kind of. Mm-hmm. It's right, like some of those, that color was a little bit darker than I had hoped for, but it's going to be nearly impossible for me to be, you know, it is impossible for me to accurately get the exact color I want. It's going to be a little bit different just because of the way that the paint sneaks off my brush. So do my best. And then be gentle with myself when I inevitably miss the mark a little bit here. So there's a lot of stuff in this, especially some in the right side of this painting here, that is, you know, this whole area is virtually impossible for me to, or just for the, because I have a small brain, being able to get all of this in. I'm a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of detail that I see here. right? It's a lot of gooey, mushy colors that he's managed to create using the oil paints kind of smearing and blending together. Let's see, I'll put that back up a little bit higher. There we go. See, like I'm almost a little bit lost. Okay, so I need to come back here. I'm going to go back to places where I can reorient myself a bit here. Holly says, I will paint this later in the week. I'm pre-watching in an attempt to be prepared for the real time. I struggle so hard with impressionist and abstract painting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes, you know, people look at, it's all messy. My kid could do that. And then you try to do it yourself. You're like, oh my goodness. It's a little trickier than I thought it would be, right? Okay, I'm coming close to the point where I'm going to switch over to my warm blues. I'm just trying to see where those should go, or where the last little bits of cool blue should be. Okay, I just want to back out just so you can see what I've been able to do here recently. So one thing is some of the lighter areas where I want white and yellow, right? Like some of these areas. Because the paint is so wet, whenever I put my paintbrush in there, it's mixing with those other colors, and the white that was there just sort of gets, you know, quickly mixes into other colors and turns into like a peach or an orange or something. So that's just something to kind of be mindful of. Perhaps you may want to blow dry things. I'm just going to keep moving forward though, but oh, maybe just a little bit. Okay, so now I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush. I don't mind having a bit of white on there anyway at the moment. Right, as soon as this blue really starts coming back in, it's like, oh, things come back into focus because it's essentially acting like an outline, right? And outlines tend to sharpen the whole picture up big time. I think one of the main things just to kind of keep in mind is we might have to kind of go back and forth a little bit as I kind of start to clean this whole thing up. And so I might do a little bit of outlining, and then I might come back in and put a bit more blue, or sorry, I might outline with the blue, and then I might come back and use some yellow, and it's not just like I'm gonna do one area and then I'll be done with it entirely. Like this is supposed to be like a dark purple, but I kind of like the way that the white and purple have kind of mixed, so I might come back and just paint right over that, but at the moment I kind of like it, so just because it's not in the original doesn't mean I'd have to paint it right out and get rid of it. It's my painting, so it can be whatever I want it to be. Okay, gotta be careful with too many dark blue, or my warm blues up here in the upper reaches of the mountain. Because we want to reserve the darkest colors for the bottom of the painting, the parts closest to us. Holly says, wow, it's beautiful. Michael, are you not blow drying because of the thick layer and texture, too long to dry, or wet on wet blending? Kind of all of the above. Because the paint is pretty thick. If I was to use a blow dryer, it would take a while for it to really dry everything, because you're basically just drying the outer edge, and the heat has to penetrate through that kind of outer layer. I do want the paint to kind of mix a little bit on the painting itself. So that's why I'm kind of, every time I'm dipping the paintbrush in, I'm allowing other colors to stick to the paintbrush that, ordinarily I might want to pre-mix the color on the palette before I paint with it. But in this instance, I kind of want to encourage a bit of the paint to mix directly on the painting. And then, yeah, because it would also take a while for me to, if I'm blow drying, for it to have any real effect. I mean, there's nothing, it's also, yeah, I want to be able to kind of manipulate the paint a little bit as I paint into it. It's sort of like what an oil painter would do. An oil painter kind of wants to have, some of them want the paint to stay wet as long as possible so that they can blend into the paint. It does make it challenge if the paint is all wet. It's harder to you can't really just lay your hand right down in the middle of the painting to work on little parts. You kind of have to keep to the perimeter. I'm going to take cool blue, cool red and warm blue, mix up a dark purple here. Not a lot of purple in this painting, but there's just kind of nice little touches of it. So there was a bunch of white in there that I just kind of obliterated. It was one of my little favorite spots for a while, but I don't think it would have worked, so I just had to get rid of it, unfortunately. kind of a famous Picasso story of like, he would ask people what their favorite part of a painting is, and like people would say, "Oh, I really like this part," and be like, and then he'd walk right up to it and paint it out. I mean, typical Picasso, right? That's. And because what he would say, if it's good enough, it's going to come back. It'll resurface. Which is interesting because it reminds me of like hearing Stephen King talk about writing. And he would talk about how, or Stephen King talks about how he doesn't use a notebook or a journal like to jot his ideas down. So he says, if I forget it, it couldn't possibly be that good. I mean, it's interesting to hear someone talk about it like that. He says, like, if it's not keeping you up late at night and you just have to work on it and get that out of your body, then it's probably not a great idea and should just be forgotten. I don't know. I mean, interesting philosophy. I'm not sure. I mean, it's sort of like saying, if there's no point in keeping a to-do list, because if it's really important, you'll do it. You'll remember to do it. Well, I don't know about you, but there's plenty of things I'm like, oh man, I totally forgot to do that. Wish I had written that down. Forgot this, supposed to be in a meeting or whatever. So, some people can get away with that. So you can, at the bottom down here, this little island, or not island, but this little thing juts forward in front of everything else, just like that, right? So we want it, if we have the water line, then this is kind of in front of the water lines and behind it there. Okay, I'm going to take some warm red. Let me come right back up to the top here. painting definitely looks darker on camera than it is in person. Unfortunately, that seems to happen every once in a while here. Oh, there's Paula in the chat. I haven't seen Paula in the chat in a long time, or sometimes very briefly. Nice to see you, Paula. Hope you're doing well. So I like what's happening here, but I kind of now feel like the painting is a little bit darker than the original. When I put this here, notice you could see these bright yellows. And so I think I do need to do a little bit of blow drying now, because I'm not going to be able to get those bright yellows. I mean, I could try, but I just feel like they're going to keep smearing that that white and yellow into the darker colors. So I got some greens. Do I want to paint any green? Maybe I'll do a little bit of green actually before I blow dry it. I'm going to take my warm yellow, warm blue. This is the first time I've mixed this green in today's painting. And this is going to go right here. Not a lot of this green, or green at all, in this painting, really. Might be a kind of a green dry brush. Down there. Might have to remix that and paint this color again because it's kind of transparent, hard to pick up. Holly says, I would have loved to have seen Picasso in action. My luck, I'd tell him the whole thing was my favorite. And then he'd paint the whole thing out. Well, there are some video films that were shot of Picasso painting. What are they? There's... what is... I think it's called, like... What is... In fact, let me just look it up. It's like the world of Picasso. The Mystery of Picasso. So I'll just show you this here. This is a very famous film, and you've probably seen bits of it before. There's lots of clips on YouTube, especially the showing him painting on glass. It's a 75-minute long film. So if you want to watch, I'm sure this, in fact, let's just see how much of this is, if we can find the film online. Looks like this is the entire film. I don't know what is. This is definitely not. There's some other. It looks like a full documentary on Picasso, which would be probably pretty good, but it's not. Yeah. So here the first comment is: "This is not The Mystery of Picasso by Clouzot. It's misleading and completely infuriating." Yes, I agree. This might be it. Okay, they're going to play an ad here. I'm just going to close that. But yeah, you want to look up The Mystery of Picasso. I'm sure on DVD. I'm sure you can find it. Yeah, I was going to say it's on the Criterion Collection. So if you subscribe to Criterion channel, I'm sure you'll be able to find this. Yeah, The Mystery of Picasso. So there's some cool films where he's painting on glass and it's filmed from the other side. There's another one where he's painting on like paper, and the paper is like so you can't. So obviously when he's painting through glass, you can see him painting. The paper, it's like the paint is soaking through the paper, so it's sort of just it looks like an animation almost. And he might be doing where he's painting with light, but that I might be confusing that with a photographer who took those photographs. But well worth watching. It is kind of just neat watching him paint, and seeing things come up. I mean, he's going pretty fast, and it is from the mid 50s. It's kind of in that period of time where he's just cranking stuff out because everything he touches turns to gold. Not that everything he touches can sell for the price of gold, but they're not all necessarily great paintings. Most people would consider, his heyday to be kind of like 1905 to 1945 kind of period. And then this next 20 years, 30 years, kind of, he's just cashing checks, phoning it in, really. Which is, we haven't done really any paintings by Picasso kind of post mid 40s, post Guernica period. I mean, there's some. And those are the ones when you see Picasso's coming up for sale at auction. Generally, they are kind of the later Picassos, because most of the earlier mid-career Picasso paintings have long ago were purchased by museums, and they tend to be the more iconic ones that people are more familiar with. So, yeah, yeah, and that's not unusual. Generally, an artist does their best work, oddly enough, in the earlier part of their careers, when they're kind of, you know, very eager and fighting for recognition and at their most audacious. And then as just anybody, you know, when you get a little bit older, a little more comfortable, like, I don't know if I need to push the boundaries quite so much. I'm just happy doing my thing. And yeah, I'm trying to think that would be interesting. I mean, it's the same sort of thing with musicians. Most of the time, like, you just think of all of the great, like the Beatles, Paul McCartney. You know, I love I love the Beatles, and I've went and spent hundreds of dollars to go see Paul McCartney in Seattle a few years ago. And I actually do really like some of his more recent work, but it's generally not the stuff that people want to hear when he plays live. Okay, anyway, I'm going to blow dry this so that I can get into some of these areas and really get some bright yellows going on, because I need a little more contrast. Most of the painting is we have a lot of middle values here now. We've got a lot of kind of we like this blue, like that's my darkest colors. We could potentially go even darker in a few places, but for the most part, I need to get some higher contrast. I need more lighter colors here, like in his painting. So I'm going to blow dry this so that I can paint here without the color mixing too much. Okay, I'm being a little bold here, declaring I'm at the finishing touches stage, but I think I really do just need to put in some of the lighter values, my yellows, bright yellows, maybe push some of the darks a little bit more, and then I feel like I'm close to being able to calling it a day. And by saying it's finishing touches, it means that I'm like not gonna fiddle with this for another 2 hours. So let's look at these lighter colors now that I've blow dried things a little bit. Put a bit more white on here, and now I feel more confident being able to paint with some white and yellow without those colors completely mixing together too much. So, oops. So taking my cool yellow and white, I'm just adding white into this cool yellow, because without the white in there, that yellow might not show up very well over top, especially some of the darker colors. And then once this dries, I can always paint the yellow by itself over top in order to really get a super saturated yellow. Now, even though this should be mostly dry, I'm also still want to be careful about resting my hands over top of the surface. There's still plenty of paint that is basically just like a big, like little zits just waiting to kind of pop if I rest my hand on top of them. So some of this is going to appear to be a little bit brighter at first than it should be. I will go back and kind of darken a few of these places and just it's like those areas I don't think will stay nearly as bright like that. Okay, now. So there are lots of little bumps and ridges and things that do make it kind of difficult to paint, because if I was painting with an oil paint, I could just take my brush and just go and smoosh into the paint, and it would just move aside as I brush through it. Here, especially now that it's been blow dried, those kind of ridges are pretty much locked in. think it's also important to, at some point, just kind of embrace what I've got here, and rather than trying to fight the ridges that I've built up, kind of go with them. I thought that's what he did, and then I did it, and then I looked, and I'm like, oh, he didn't do that at all. Oops. Oh, well. I feel already like this area is going to be the weakest part of my painting. It's and yet, kind of in his painting, it's maybe one of my favorite parts. I just like how he kind of built up all of this kind of gooiness in here, but that's pretty hard to recreate. It kind of has to happen spontaneously. It's supposed to kind of like artificially trying to recreate it. So like you can see here, what I've accidentally done is join up two separate lines here. What have I done? Okay, let's take, I'm going to take, let's see, some warm red. Let's bring this over here. So give me some pretty saturated oranges. You can see as I paint here, my painting is kind of becoming a bit more stylized. And I don't mind that. Big blop of red just blopped on there for some reason. might have to blow dry again here in a minute. Just seeing if there's anything I want to do right now. Okay. I think because basically I want to blow dry so I can paint just pure cool yellow over some areas, and so that the paint doesn't mix with the white, so I can get as intense and strong of color as possible. So let's take our cool yellow right out of the tube, and we'll start painting with that. A number of places. It might even appear to get a little bit darker as I paint with it, because after all, it's going to be not as bright as white. But that's working really nice to kind of get some pretty strong, intense contrast going here. So I'm also painting a bit of this cool yellow over other colors that don't have any white in them, and it's going to mean they're going to be not quite as saturated as this yellow that I'm painting with now. I also want to leave some areas without any the second layer of yellow, so that there's some distinct differences here. I mean, that's intense. Like, it's hard to kind of. It definitely is way more saturated, more the brighter in person than it is on camera. It's almost too much. It's definitely pushing the boundaries of like extreme color contrast here, which is kind of cool too, though, because that's one of the things I like about this painting. Okay. That feels good. I may want to do more yellow in a bit here. But if I had to leave that, I think I could. I'm going to come back with my warm yellow and warm blue again. Just want to tackle this green here, another layer. I'm getting a phone call from some political party right now. We have provincial elections coming up. Is it next week here in British Columbia? Since I've been painting, I've heard the doorbell ring a couple times. People trying to get me out to vote. So now, again, this is my finishing touches, so I'm just going to come in and just once again kind of try to clean things up with some more precise brush strokes. show you. So now I'm actually kind of just doing, in places, maybe a bit of dry brush back over top of things. Like this is the kind of thing I could spend 4 hours doing right here, just fiddling in and out. And those of you who've been painting with me for a long time know exactly what I'm talking about, because this is what makes these sometimes streams go on endlessly. But you know, if you've made any kind of painting in the past, you know that, you know, the more you look at it, the more you see, the more things you feel can be done. But one thing I would say that I think is important is to try to have some variety of brush widths, so that everything doesn't look like it was done with the same paintbrush. And I will say, this painting does kind of look like it was all done with one paintbrush at this moment. Bring it home, Michael. Bring it home. So what am I lacking here? Maybe a bit more cool blue and white, perhaps? going to take my warm yellow and cool blue. I'm just remixing. This is the color that I was using for the water. So just touching that up to give a kind of nice straight line across there. Put a little bit of that reflection of sunlight onto the water there. I take my warm blue. Wanted to make sure that this line was going over top of that curve that was there before, so to help push this in front. And I'm also, as I'm doing this now, I'm kind of just being pretty easy on myself about taking some liberties. Right, sort of now mostly just sort of looking at the painting and just asking myself, like, what does it need? As opposed to, like, how do I bring it closer to the original? photographers are gonna love picking at this thing. This is a fun one. Dry brush going on there. Same thing here. Okay. I mean, I really enjoy doing this. This is, again, it's my favorite part of the painting, but I realize it might not be as interesting for everybody. Holly says, the only thing I see, kind of, is the darker colors in the original versus lighter show a sense of distance. Definitely there's a little bit more white in the background versus in the foreground we have more saturated colors. So like, you know, you've got a lot more pastel kind of qualities happening over here versus over here, more saturated colors with less white in them. So one thing I could do is add a lot more white. I mean, I want to put a little more white into my cool blue back here, because you basically kind of have these two shapes. I think this is like a glacier kind of coming down here. And so in order to kind of, like you said, to create more distance, we could add more white to push that back. Whereas right now, there's a lot more saturated colors on this left-hand side. I could also darken this a little bit more to help create a bit more of a sense of distance. You know, like, so some of my outlining with some of these darker lines, unfortunately what that does is it does create, it flattens the painting out. The more, you know, it's the darker, more saturated colors I put anywhere in here, the more it's going to pop them forward, even including some of that. So I think you're right on the money there, Holly. What I want to do is come back in here with a lot more white. Computer went to sleep there for a second. So I'm not trying to obliterate all of my darker colors that might be a little bit further behind in the background, because after all, he kept some of those in himself, but just lightening them up a little bit. Does help. It's again, it's about creating a contrast that is, and the more contrast, the more depth we'll get. Just going to darken that down just a bit. Holly says, darken the foreground. I like your colors. Would taking some of the yellow out of the foreground have the same effect as white in the background? Would taking some of the yellow out of the foreground have the same effect as white in the background? Not necessarily. Again, the more saturated colors are, the more they're going to come forward. The less saturated the colors are, the more they're going to recede. And to desaturate a color, you add white, black, or gray to make it a more take the saturation down. So you can have bright saturated yellow in the foreground, and that's going to help propel things forward. I mean, it's the thing, like, perhaps I could go in here and take a little bit of that, mute a bit of that yellow. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. I'm not also super concerned with developing too much depth in this painting. I mean, he certainly did a great job of doing it despite it being, you know, almost kind of appearing to be quite abstract. But I think I want to. Where was? Oh, yes, there was a little bit of this yellow, a cool yellow. This bit of a teal quality. There we go. I wanted that. Where did I want that to go? Bring that icy green back in. So I'm now kind of going a little bit off the script and just putting in colors where I feel like I want them to be, as opposed to maybe where they quote-unquote should be. Okay, and I know I did my finishing touches a little while ago. And so I think I just want to bring a little bit more of my warm red just down into here. Sort of dry brushing over those lines a bit. That yellow. Just darkening a little bit some of these reds here. I do wonder about going back in and because this shape, I'm not sure what, I guess that's glacier. I feel like it might be a bit too saturated there. I think I want to push that back a little bit. so let's put a bit. Holly says, I was thinking more red purple. I don't know if that would work. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. So, I mean, I don't know how much more. Actually, let's. Feel. Yeah, let's. I keep cleaning my brush. So close. I'm so close. I just want a little bit more. Let's take my white and cool yellow. So here I'm just sort of desaturating a bit of that yellow. Not all of it, but yeah, that pushes that color backwards a little bit. I like that. Do the same thing up here. Trying to get more pastel stuff going over here. There we go. The one thing is just the, you know, that mountain on the top. Do I want to keep that as saturated as it is? Just kind of dry brushing a little bit of slightly pastel blue. I'm just doing a bit of that here. I'm preserving some of those darker colors to the left. It makes sense that that's going to be kind of darker because that's at the bottom of the hill. But really, I'm trying to pop that forward. I think my greens that I used here earlier, this green, I just need to put a bit of white in here, just take the saturation down a bit. Ah, I feel so close. Okay, what? Anything else? Holly says it's stunning. The ridge line is amazing. Thank you, Holly. That's really sweet. Yeah, I've been just trying to emphasize like this shape, pull that shape forward, push that one backwards. And I think, like you said, you know, maybe that the intensity of those yellows were pulling the mountain forward. So I'm just doing everything I can to push it back. So that's one of the things, like, he's got a bunch of white mixed in here. And so I think he's trying to push this forward and kind of push that down again. I'm having a little bit harder. I said earlier on, this area was going to give me some fits, and it definitely has. That's for sure. Okay, I want to try to do my final few brush strokes here. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I didn't even notice this little bit of... A little bit of an island back there. Okay, I think just the last little thing I want to do is I just want to put a bit more warm blue back in the front here, just to like deeply to pull, if there's any question as to what's in front of what. Really intense warm blue will tell everybody who's boss, who's in front. The other thing too, if those lines are literally on top of other lines, it's going to help emphasize that one thing is absolutely in front of the other. I might be doing too much there. He's able to get kind of a nice little subtlety there. So maybe I don't want to push that too far. Ah, okay, I'm taking way longer than I wanted on this painting. Okay. Okay, I think I should probably just call it a day there. I think that's good enough. Can't imagine it getting appreciably better in the next few minutes. Was there any feel like there was something I was like, okay, don't forget to do this before you leave. Okay, I went a little bit longer than I had planned, but I'm really happy with the way this turned out. There's a lot of fun stuff in here. We got to do some pretty thick paint, and we got to do some dry brush. We got to paint fast. We got to paint slow. So I think this is a painting where you can really have a lot of fun with, and as long as you know, I kind of went a little bit too far, and then I just started pushing some things, some of the space back there, and I think that it's, yeah, I'm happy with it. So let's, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. It's really helpful if you comment on past videos after they've aired. That's really helpful. You can leave a donation if you want to help support the channel. You can use the link here, this paypal.me/markowskyart, or use the QR code. It'll take you right to this page where you can donate safely to the show and help support future episodes. And thank you to those of you who've been supporting the channel for years now. Also, if you want to send an e-transfer or a check in the mail, you can contact me through the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down below. And I encourage you to join the Facebook group so that you can take a photograph of whatever you painted, regardless if it was a Frederick Varley painting you did today or another painting purely of your own inspiration, or even if you're still doing the drawing course that I did 4 years ago. I still give feedback on the drawing course. You could scan that and it'll take you to this page, join the Facebook group, and not only do I give feedback, but there's 1,500 people just like yourself at various different stages of their art journey who can give you feedback as well. So let's see, how did the painting turn out there? Nikki says, thank you so much for this live stream, teacher. We are here always learning with you. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Nikki. Okay, so there's the original painting. And then there's my version side by side there. Let's move that into position. Make sure it's in focus. Okay. Well, certainly there's a few little differences here and there. And I said right at the outset I wasn't going to worry so much about getting every little nook and cranny of this hillside or mountains or glacier or whatever exactly we're looking at, that I was going to take some liberties. And so, you know, if we're looking at little details in and around here, and, you know, obviously it's going to be different. But I actually think it turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the overall composition. I think that one of the secrets, if you're going to attempt this, is keeping, you know, the glacier back here is further behind this area, right? So this part is in front of this part. And so in order to make this look like it's in front of this, you want to put more white back here, more pastel colors. And that's going to push it backwards. And by putting more saturated colors, it's going to push this area forward, right? And I think you can see how that works in this painting. And if you doubt that, just go back about an hour before I started putting some white back into this area, and you'll see that it looked much more flat before. So now there's a lot more dimension, and it looks a little bit more like his. What else do I want to say here? Yeah, so let's zoom in and take a look and compare them side by side. Where should we start? Should we start at maybe we'll start in the top in the background. Okay. Sorry. Microphone. Okay. Now, it is darker all of a sudden. When I zoomed in, even though I thought I was at the... It shouldn't be getting darker, but it does get darker. The aperture isn't changing, but it is changing. Anyway, so this area, which now looks darker on camera, is about as what it looks like to the image on the left. The colors now appear more saturated than they are. Got a lot of whites over here. That's fine. I really enjoyed doing the sky and using that dry brush technique up there. And as I said, after I did that, I realized, oh, I actually see a lot of dry brush happening all over this painting. So this painting is a combination of some thicker brush strokes and dry brush. The difference is I basically just used the dry brush in the sky and almost nowhere else, whereas he's using at least not only dry brush in the sky, but elsewhere in the foreground elements too. As I look at some of this, looks, there's little areas that are clumsy that I'm not super happy with, but I can live with it. The original painting is also much larger too, so he's got a little bit more leeway than I do. So just looking at the top of the mountain here. That's pretty good. I mean, I really like that area. It was one of my favorites. As I'm looking at it now, I'm not as happy how that turned out. No big deal, but just a bit of a bummer. It's one of those things where mine is definitely way more stylized than his. His still seems to describe the landscape, whereas mine starts to kind of look like a pattern. We don't have quite as much detail there, but I like how the sky turned out, and that's okay. I will say, actually, as I look at this, and I think especially as time goes on, I'll be happier with what I've done here. Just when I look at them side by side, I'm like, wasn't able to kind of capture the same qualities, but I think it's okay. Let's go to the bottom of the painting here as we start moving into the foreground. It's funny, I look at the water now, and it does look warmer and more green. Well, on camera it does. In person, it actually looks like what I wanted, but again, that's odd. This area in his painting, like, all of those things appear to be describing something. What does that look like? This looks like a Kandinsky painting, like totally abstract silliness going on there, which is not bad, but it's just, it does make for kind of a flattening of space. Whereas, when I look at kind of some of the weirdness going on here, I really like that. Let's go to the center. Yeah. I can't remember who was talking about the cinnamon bun in the foreground there. Tried to get a little bit of that. Don't have quite the same. There's a little bit more of a spiral in his than in mine. It's okay. I also kind of am bummed that I didn't quite. There's a little bit of purples here that are there, but I right towards the very end I painted over them with some warm red to darken, and so they're no longer as intensely purple as I think would have been kind of nice, but we'll just look here on the far left on this. Yeah, you can really see, I mean, some of these colors in mine start to look very Easter bunny, right? All those pastels and, you know, this is a little bit more my style of painting, this kind of Van Gogh-y kind of swirls, more distinct individual singular brushstrokes or lines, serpentine lines, as opposed to kind of, I almost see a bit of like a Edvard Munch kind of qualities going on in his painting that I didn't quite capture. I'm kind of a little bummed about that, but partly that has to do with the thickness of paint I applied here. Once I started putting those pretty thick ridges down, there was no way of kind of, it makes it kind of hard to dry brush over top of them effectively. But, you know, good. I mean, also, again, little details in here that just too small for me to be able to capture. I'll just look at them side by side one last time there. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I can go to sleep tonight feeling good about how this one turned out. And I'm super excited to have done this one. I've been thinking about this one for a while. Actually had this all prepped and ready to go about 2 years ago. And so finally, because I wanted to do a few days looking at Varley. I think he's a really interesting character. Kind of a bit of a sad story. He was a bit of an alcoholic and towards the end, and made a bunch of terrible decisions that yeah, probably affected his legacy, but the artwork he left behind, it was pretty spectacular. Anyway, thank you everyone for painting along with me. Holly says, Michael, thank you so much for helping me understand with letting ads play. I think I'm commenting about 6 minutes behind. Sorry for that. I appreciate you letting those ads play. That's awesome. Anyway, this is the last episode in this studio. Next Tuesday is the next episode, not Monday, but Tuesday. We'll be in a different place altogether, and it'll probably be a little bit bare as I start to kind of get it organized. But man, it's been like 8 years in this studio, 477 episodes here on the live stream. It's kind of the end of a little bit of an era, beginning of a whole new chapter, a whole new studio. But have no fear, we'll be continuing the Master Study series, and perhaps in the new year might be rebooting some drawings too. So please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when those are happening. And thank you everyone for tuning in, for watching, helping to spread the love of art within your homes, within your communities. The more people that are making art, the better our world will be. And I just think if everyone had some sort of creative outlet for their feelings and emotions, we would be living in a much happier, safer, beautiful world. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you again